And when we talk about this Quality Enrichment Program, it is not only a crash course that will give you an orientation for the prelims examination, but some basic clarity which is required from the examination point of view, that is to be given. And basically, if you see the trend of the questions which are being asked in the preliminary examination, questions are factual as well as based on your understanding. That is, reading between the lines is required, not only reading the lines. So, reading the lines is no doubt important, but what is more important is reading between the lines. So, how to develop that orientation is the objective of these classes. And basically, if we talk about the trend, generally students ask that, sir, how many questions are asked from this particular section of the general studies paper? How many questions are asked from the current affairs? The only trend that the UPSC has, that it has got no trend. It has got no trend. You see, in one of the preliminary examinations, 21 questions were asked from the Indian polity section. But in another prelims examination, only 8 or 9 questions were asked from the Indian polity section. So you cannot exactly say that how many questions will be asked from the different sections, whether there will be current affairs or not. And one more important thing I tell my students, that current affairs is important, but if you talk about the scheme of the examination, if you concentrate on the core subjects, core sections, then you will not have to run towards the mirage of current affairs, because current affairs may be highly unpredictable. So, Indian polity, modern history, culture, art and culture, geography, economy, the basic areas you need to concentrate. Because if you talk about the cutoff, generally the students may be doing the correct, we can say, the number of questions, but the major problem is that they do many wrong questions also. The negative marking is there. So that is the reason why they are not successful. They get tempted. I may be correct, I may be correct. So there is a specific strategy of appearing in the preliminary examination. You'll have to keep your temptations out. No temptations. So you need to focus on your core areas, especially the subjects. Current affairs, if you are able to read, that will be a bonus for you. So from that point of view, we need to practice, we need to prepare for the examination. Now, coming to this Indian polity section, you see, there is a lot of misconception among the students as well as among many trainers also, that Indian polity is only about the articles of the Constitution. You'll have to mug up all the articles of the Constitution. It's not like that. You'll have to develop understanding of certain basic things. Even you'll have to understand the process, you'll not have to mug up the articles as such. Rarely the article numbers are asked, even in the prelims examination. Which one of the following statement or statements is or are correct regarding the passage of the bill? So if with the help of this smart board, if I discuss with you the process for the passage of a bill, you will be able to understand it. There is no need to mug up the article number as such. That okay, article number 111, I am mugging all word by word. So what? It hardly matters. It hardly matters. You'll have to, because if the options, if the 4 options are there, and if you are able to understand it in your mother tongue, then you will be able to encircle the correct options. The things are not as difficult as we think. They are not as difficult. But yes, you need to prepare in a very scientific manner. We'll start from the scratch also. Basic things are also there that need to be cleared when we prepare for the examination. Now, first of all, when we talk about this Indian polity section, there is a specific syllabus for the Indian polity section, like political system, then we have the features of the constitution, then features of the constitution is a very broader term. It will contain the provisions of the constitution also, then Panchayati Raj institutions, center-state relations. These areas are the core areas, and if we are able to manage at least those aspects, you will be able to answer the questions. Even in the last preliminary examination also, in the QEP, basically except one question, all the questions were from the lecture notes itself, except one question, that was the competition commission, that is generally dealt in governance part. So the commission, so basically except that questions, all the questions were from the lecture notes only that we had discussed in the class. So if you are mentally present in the class, if I'll tell you how to prepare systematically, and if you do it on daily basis, the day on which I will say that okay, your polity is over today, you will be prepared for your examination also, and I think you will be able to answer nearly 85 to 90% of the questions which will be asked in the examination. Now, whenever we talk about this polity, it is polity. Polity means how the system works. It is not constitution only. So you'll have to develop that basic understanding also. And the whole political system is based on the constitution. Now the first question before us is that whenever we hear this word constitution, this term constitution, what comes in our mind first? So whenever we hear this term constitution, the first thing that comes in our mind is that it is a document which enjoys special legal sanctity. Legal sanctity means the sanction of law, and the lecture notes that you will be having, it will just be like your key. Just turn it before the examination and your work will be done. There is no need to read any other basic book also, because the books, they have got 300 pages, 400 pages. So the beauty of the classroom teaching is that because of our experience in guiding the students, we have developed a technique that you will be able to summarize the things in a very precise way. So we will be hitting the eye only. You see, it is a document which enjoys special legal sanctity. Legal sanctity means the sanction of law. And basically you will say that, sir, there are many documents which have got sanction of law. What is so special about the Constitution? The special aspect about the Constitution is that all the laws emanate from the Constitution itself. So that is why we have used the word spatial legal sanctity. In a layman's term, in many of the textbooks you will find it is mentioned, it is a legal document. In a layman's term, it is a legal document. Now, this is the basic idea, that it has got the backing of law, it has got the sanction of law. Now, the next question before us is that, what is there inside this document? We have an inquisitive mind. And suppose if a book is here, you'll feel, many of us will feel to see, hey, what is there inside the book? Now, when we turn the pages of the Constitution, we see that it contains the principles and functions of the organs of the government of a state. So, it contains the principles and functions of the organs of the government of a state. How many of us are reading the subject for the first time? You have not done your any foundation course. How many of you? At least you have read something, huh? It's all right. Thank you. Now, it contains the, when we say it contains the principles and functions of the organs of the government of a state. Now, here, whenever we talk about a state, you see, the term state has got different meanings at different places. For example, when we talk about the concept of state with respect to India, we mean the units, Haryana, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Chhattisgarh, Manipur, Nagaland. Now, when we talk about the term state with respect to fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, here we mean the government as such. The state shall not discriminate. Your union government, your state government, your local self-government, and any government agency shall not discriminate. The state shall. What the state shall do means what the government shall do. So, it is a broader term here. And when we talk about the term state, as we use in political science as a concept, so here state will mean an entity having 4 elements. Population, territory, government, and sovereignty. Now here, population and territory, they are the physical basis of a state. They are the physical basis of a state. You can see them. Okay, these are the people who are living in a defined territory. The population of a state cannot be fixed. No doubt some of the philosophers, they had fixed it. For example, Plato fixed it to 5040, Aristotle fixed it to 1 lakh, Rousseau fixed it to 10,000. But you cannot fix the population as such. When we talk about territory, territory has to be fixed, otherwise there will be dispute. So this population is living in a fixed territory. When we talk about government, government is the political basis. And if we need to define the government as such, then government will mean as an agent of the state. If someone will ask you that what is a government as such, in common parlance, generally whenever we talk about a government, we mean the executive, and that too the political executive, the Congress government, the BJP government, the Telugu Desam Party government. So generally we talk about the political executive. But here when we talk about the government as such, it is far more than that. You say that the state has to perform, I have written an agent of the state. Why I say so? Because when we talk about a state, because if you will be able to understand certain concepts, you will be able to answer the questions that will be asked in the prelims examination. These are very important things, very crucial things. So the basics have to be cleared, because many of us, we may be aware about articles, but we may not be aware about the basic things also. So the basics will be cleared in these classes also. Now when we talk about the functions of a state, now if someone will ask you that okay, your siblings, your niece, nephews, cha bhaiya, didi, you are preparing for civil services. Can you tell me, I went through this term state. What is the meaning of this term state? What is the meaning of the term government? So you need to communicate it in a very simple language, and for that a clear-cut understanding is required. So if someone will ask you, okay, what is a government? You should say that the state performs certain functions, and basically the state performs the functions of lawmaking, law implementation, and law adjudication. Now here, you should be very much clear that it is not that the teacher is saying that these are the three functions, these are the three functions. Why the teacher says so? Never say that, oh, my teacher had said so. No. The real purpose of imparting education is that is why we have termed it as Quality Enrichment Program. It is not only factual knowledge that will be giving you, some basic understanding also, so that you will be able to remember the things for a longer period of time. So when we talk about these three functions, generally lawmaking, you see, generally we know that lawmaking is the domain of the parliament or of the state legislature. But outside the country, if a law is passed in your country by the parliament, what the other countries will say, the foreign media will say, India has passed a law which is being opposed by a certain section of the society. India has a law related to taxation. India has a law related to employment. India has a law. Means it personifies that India has made this law. It is the task of the state to make laws for the people. And when we talk about law implementation, we know that it is the executive which implements the law. But during the during the discussions outside India, or the foreign media says, oh, India violates the human rights, because while implementing the laws, the human rights may be violated. There may be high-handedness also. Thank you. There may be high-handedness also. So, law implementation. Sudan violated human rights. Sri Lanka violated human rights. And then law adjudication. Oh, that country, it never imparts justice to its people. Lamppost justice prevails there. So the name is that of the country, even if we know that, okay, the court administers the functions of giving justice. Your country is known by. And on behalf of the state, these functions are performed by an agency called government. So, government is a machinery by which the laws are made, implemented, and executed. That is why I said that government is an agent of the state. It is a machinery by which the laws are made, implemented, and executed. So, on behalf of the state, it is the government which performs these functions. Now, when we talk about the government as such, these three functions are performed by three different organs. The basic things you may be knowing, but there is always a hearing effect of the classroom teaching. And when we talk about the organs, the three functions, lawmaking is discharged by which organ? Legislature. Legislature can be unicameral, it can be bicameral also. So, countries like China, they have got unicameral legislature. We have got India, US, UK, France, they have got bicameral legislature. Then executive, law implementation. Here also we have temporary executive, and permanent. The ministers and the civil servants. And then we have got the judiciary. These are the organs of the government of a state. Now, if we talk about the constitutions of the different countries, say the Constitution of US. The Constitution of US talks about the legislature, that the legislature's name will be Congress, the Congress will have two houses, how the members of Senate will be elected, how the members of House of Representatives will be elected, how they will pass the bill. Everything is mentioned in the US Constitution. Similarly, how the president's election will take place, what will be the powers and functions of the American president, it is mentioned then in the Constitution, and how the judges of the Supreme Court will be appointed, what will be their jurisdiction, everything is mentioned in the US Constitution. Similarly, we have the Indian Constitution, we have got the French Constitution, they talk about the functions of the government. Now, this will not be asked in the examination. Now, what will be asked in the examination is from the crux of this. No one is going to ask you that what is a constitution as such, but from here two questions we get. Now, you say we'll be adopting this method. AQ-TQ method. Ask question to a question. Generally, what we do to see that what questions can be asked, we turn the pages of Lakshmikant's book. The Bible of Indian polity. Huh? Okay. So, it's not like that. It's not like that. So, you are capable, because in the books, lot of things are there. You'll go here and there. But when we talk about yourself, then when you read a concept, ask the question that, okay, what can be asked from you? Ask question to a question. So, from the discussion that we had till now, you say we have discussed 15 to 20 minutes, but we have answered 2 questions which have been asked in the prelims examination unknowingly. First, which one of the following best describes the concept of state? Such questions are also asked in the if you see the previous year questions. So that is why we have got this, we have adopted this methodology. So you say that if the question is which of the following statements best describes the concept of state, so the state is a entity consisting of the people, or the state consists of a population living within a defined territory, and supreme decision making power. Sovereignty means supreme decision making power. So, having the supreme decision making power, when we talk about the supreme decision making power, before I proceed further, I will tell you, because some of you may be revising the things. So, talking about the sovereignty of a state, every country, it enjoys 2 types of sovereignty: internal and external. Internal sovereignty means laws of the state are binding on every individual and organization within its territory. And when we say external sovereignty, the foreign relations are conducted without external pressure. That is an independent foreign policy. Now, here you see that when we talk about this internal, because you don't know, when we say polity, generally those who set the questions for the UPSC examination, they do not go through Lakshmikant's book. And they are not those who are working in a coaching institution. They are the professors of the universities. So you'll have to think like that. Look, the professors na, they think Lakshmikant book as a guidebook. If you read in our university, the Delhi University or what is this book? They will never refer you this book because it is a type of guidebook. So basically what happens, I'll tell you that generally the professors of the different universities, they are asked to give set of questions, 30 questions, 40 questions of polity. And Ranchi University, Tiruvananthapuram, Patna University, Allahabad University or Arunachal Pradesh University. So, and basically a question bank comes from different university professors. And then there is a group which looks into the things and it gives shape to the final question papers. 3 or 4 sets are there. So you'll have to think like that, because what they are looking for, they are looking for a person who has got an understanding of the polity, not only of the constitution, but of the polity as a whole. So which one of the following best describes the concept of sovereignty? Which of the following best describes the concept of sovereignty? So if we are not aware about these concepts of sovereignty, we will not be able to encircle the correct option. Now here you say that when we talk about internal sovereignty, laws of the state are binding on every individual and organization within its territory. That is why you say that if a group of people do not follow the laws which are there in a state, what we say? These people are challenging the sovereignty of the country. These people are challenging the sovereignty of the country. Means will not abide by the law. What happens? You are challenging. And you see this aspect, internal sovereignty may be enjoyed by the units also. Haryana, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, they may have internal sovereignty. For example, when you go to Bihar, Gujarat, these states have got prohibition. You'll have to follow the rules which are there. If you go to Tamil Nadu, you'll have to follow the rules which are there. But when we talk about external sovereignty, this differentiates the units from the state or a country. Here we are talking, when we say state, means a country as such. So you may not have ever heard the foreign policy of Texas. It is a foreign policy of United States of America. It is a foreign policy of India. It is not the foreign policy of Kerala, foreign policy of Chhattisgarh. So this differentiates the unit from the state. Now in the examination, and it is which of the following are the elements of the state? Basic questions may not be asked, an understanding based question. I was saying which one of the following statement correctly defines the concept of state. So the state is an entity with a population living within a defined territory, having a political government or a political authority, and having the supreme decision making power. They may not be using the word sovereignty, because any person who has read political science, even in our colleges also, +2 also, elements of the state, OP Gauba की किताब में सबसे पहले दिया हुआ रहता है. If you go to our colleges also, BA first year also, BA program also, we teach these basic things. So supreme decision making power. So you will not have to see too many options. You have got an idea, you can encircle it, and your answer is correct. Now, so the first question, the concept of state. Then from here, what question can be asked? Which one of the following is the objective of the Constitution? UPSC is very fond of asking this question. And if you see the PYQs, out of the last 5 examinations which have been conducted, at least 2 or 3 times the questions have been asked from this aspect. So the objective of a constitution is to provide for a limited government. Limited government. You just need to remember this, limited government. And the theme will be the same, but the questions will be restructured from examination to examination. In one of the examination, you may see that in the question, which of the following is correct regarding the constitution? It put restrictions on the powers of the government. Limited government means what? That is putting restrictions on power of the government. Then another term. Which one of the following is the objective of constitutionalism? Students, sir, what is constitutionalism? What is constitution? Nothing. It is a government which is run in accordance with the provisions of the constitution. That is constitutionalism. So, constitutionalism provides for a limited government. This is the basic understanding that we need to have. It is not a rocket science. It is not a rocket science. So, constitutionalism means a limited government. The government which is run in accordance with the provisions of the constitution. If you have understood this only, there is no need to read too much on constitution. Prelims mein kya hai? If you have understood the concept and if 4 options are there, you will be able to encircle the correct option. There is no need to go here and there. There is no need to read a typical book. Arey, sir, I need to search the web also. What is constitutionalism? Limited government. So, from this aspect, if a question is asked, limited government, take objective limited government. Another, which of the following best defines the constitution? It puts restrictions on the power of the government. If another, we can say alternative is there, it is put restrictions on the powers of the citizens. That will not be the correct answer, or the rights of the citizens. No. Basically, the fundamental rights are there. No doubt the reasonable restrictions. Some students say, no sir, reasonable restrictions are there. So, restrictions are there only for the, we can say, in the interest of the larger public. That is, reasonable restrictions are there. And if restrictions are not there, there will be anarchy, there will be chaos. So, there is a different thing. So, here basically, what type of laws the state will make, and if the state will not make the laws which are in accordance with the constitution, then the court has been given the power, the Supreme Court has been given the power to declare it as null and void. So, 3 terms: limited government, restricted government, constitutionalism. In this way, you need to start your preparation. There is no need to read too much, but yes, you will have to get the things in your mind. I will tell you how to increase the memory also. आज मैं बता दूंगा कि आप कैसे पढ़ोगे, how you should read. बेटा confused क्यों होते? Optional है क्या political science? Spirit of the constitution, that can be constitutional morality also. ठीक है ना? So there are specific terms which are to be used at specific places. ये हमेशा ध्यान रखना. स्टूडेंट्स में क्या है कि we read certain things but we are not able to correlate the things. That is the basic thing that you need to develop in yourself. कि where we need to, spirit of the constitution, basic structure. So which of the following is the spirit of the constitution? It is the basic structure of the constitution. Spirit of the constitution is there. We also call it the spirit of the constitution. What is the motive behind the constitution? Done. It is a restricted government. The government which is run in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. You are not supposed to go here and there. You will have to be in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Yes. That is what I am telling you in a very layman's term, so that you will be able to answer the correct question in the prelims examination. Basically, the idea is that UPSC never wants a scholarly dynamism. UPSC never wants a scholarly dynamism. UPSC never wants activists also. UPSC just wants that, yes, you have an understanding of the Constitution as such, because you are going to run this country, you are going to administer this country in accordance with this Constitution only. So basically, the format in which I am discussing the things is the PYQs which have been asked, the questions which have been the answers, standard answers which have been given by the UPSC as such. So my understanding, it hardly matters. What the UPSC has given in the key, that will matter here. So from here, 2 questions, your work is done. Constitution, the objective. Second, the meaning of the term state. Now, if you talk about the topics as such, the historical background, it is the domain of our history teacher. There is a lot of overlapping also, and in the modern India, the history teacher generally discusses the laws which were there under the British government, the Government of India Acts, and basically the objective of the history teacher is to discuss with you the British India, to help you in getting independence, and after you get independence, my work starts. Okay, my work starts. So the first, so we'll leave it for the domain of our history teacher. The Government of India Acts and the facts are there. Now, coming to the first important thing after this aspect. So, देखो कैसे पढ़ना है? You read the topic. Okay, what questions have been asked from there, and your work is done. No need to go here and there. आपको अभी मैं I will be there with you for 7-8 days. So, in the 35-40 hours that will be together, everything will be crystal clear. ठीक है, मैं अभी बता भी दूंगा कि how you will be approaching the day-to-day classes also. Now, another important thing that we need to, some basic questions are being asked nowadays. It is from framing of the Constitution. There are 2 approaches. One is the approach that we generally follow for the state PCS examination. More factual questions are asked. But in the UPSC examination, no doubt even the factual questions will be there. But yes, their objective is to test your aptitude. So, lot of facts are not to be remembered here with respect to framing of the Constitution. Some basic things you people need to know, and generally those things have been asked in the examination also. Some of you may be knowing the story of the Constitution making, how the Constitution making had taken place. Basically, it was the Constituent Assembly which had enacted the Constitution. Now, here, if we talk about this Constituent Assembly, can you tell me something about this Constituent Assembly, how the Constitution was framed? Any one of you? Any idea?
Divided into different committees, and each committee was doing its respective work. For example, Union Committee, Drafting Committee had 2 chairmen, and there was an objective resolution presented by Jawaharlal Nehru on 13th December, and based on that, it was was just a framework or layout based on which the Constituent Assembly formulated the Constitution, and it has studied the Constitution of various countries, and based upon it, it has like we often say that our Constitution is borrowed Constitution just because the Constituent Assembly studied the Constitution of different countries. But what it actually did, it picked up the important documents, things from that, and then formulated.
Okay, good. Any other idea? Consensus was developed. Okay, good. Any thing? Any? Acha. Who had elected the members of the Constituent Assembly? There was direct election, indirect election. Okay. So, who had taken part in the election of the members of the Constituent Assembly? They had taken part in the election. Okay. Provincial Legislative Assembly members had taken part. Okay, good. Dekho. It's story. I'll tell you a story in few words, and then I'll make you to write something. You say, generally, the elections of the members of the Constituent Assembly were not direct. It was not that the people, they voted in the elections, and as, what is the name? Shriyans, as your friend had said, that they were elected by the members of the provincial assemblies. I'll make you to write certain things which are important. So, basically, when this aspect was being discussed, that how the members of the Constituent Assembly will be elected. So, this view that the voters will, the people of India will directly elect, was put aside, because for that you will have to prepare the voters list. That will take time. Then you need officials also for that purpose. So, generally, it was decided that as per the Government of India Act 1935, you may have read in history also, the elections were held for the provincial assemblies. And the members of the provincial assemblies, no doubt, had resigned in 1937, but their names were there, that these members have been elected from Bengal, these members have been elected from Bombay. So, the list was there even though they had resigned. So, it was decided that the members of the provincial assemblies, their names are there. So, why not? They should elect their representatives from their respective states. So, just as we elect the members of the Rajya Sabha, how the members of the Rajya Sabha are elected? Our MLAs elect them. So, every state has got some fixed seats. So, in the same manner, the members of the provincial assemblies, they had elected their representatives. So, it is a criticism of the Constituent Assembly also, that the members of the Constituent Assembly was not a true representative of the people of India, because the members of the provincial assemblies who had elected the members of the Constituent Assembly, they were not elected on the basis of universal adult suffrage. So, this was the case. So, elections took place. In the elections, the Congress emerged as the majority political party, and in this part where we call it as India now, we had the Congress which had dominated, and in the part which now belongs to Pakistan, we had the Muslim League which had got the maximum number of seats. Then basically, so it was a Congress dominated body, and 15 odd members were either independent or from smaller political parties. And when the first session took place, it was boycotted by the Muslim League. And the Muslim League, it wanted a separate Constituent Assembly for Pakistan. Our leaders tried to talk to them, but basically they had got a different mindset, and they did not agree. It's all right. We were focused from day one, and first of all, we elected Dr. Rajendra Prasad as the former president, and then after that, we started working. As your friend had said, 22 committees. Aapka naam kya hai? So, Ashriya said that some committees were constituted. So, the members constituted 22 committees. And the most important committee was the drafting committee, which was headed by none other than Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So, why we, then the next aspect, why we say that it was based on consensus? I generally share two things with my students so that understanding is developed. First was regarding the representation of the members. Members from different parts of the country were represented, people belonging to different religious groups, caste groups, social groups, ideologies were represented in the Constituent Assembly. But when we talk about the second part, that general observation I share with my students is that the numbers that you see today, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, how these numbers were incorporated in the Constitution, that is more important. So, when the first draft was prepared, the raw, then it was presented before the Constituent Assembly and chapter wise. And when the chapters were presented for discussion in the Constituent Assembly, after that the members used to speak their mind, and finally voting used to take place, and after voting only the provisions were adopted and were incorporated in the Constitution. And when Dr. Rajendra Prasad used to see that some sections or some members are not going to vote in favor of that particular article, particular provision, he did not allow voting on that article on that day. Because when I am here, obviously by your eyes I can judge that, okay, what you are thinking of. So, he was, these 5, 6, 10 people, they are going to oppose it. I will not allow voting today. It was not in a bad sense. So, on that day, no voting. He used to adjourn the sittings of the House for that day. That the House has been adjourned for the day, and the House will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, what was the fixed time. Then, after the formal day's discussion was over, the members used to meet again on the same day, not in the Central Hall of the Parliament. The Constituent Assembly used to meet in the Central Hall of the Parliament, means the old Parliament. That is why it is termed as Samvidhan Sadan. The old Parliament is known as Samvidhan Sadan, because in the Central Hall of the Parliament, the Constitution was enacted. The Constituent Assembly used to meet. The new Parliament is known as Sansad Bhavan. Earlier is known as Samvidhan Sadan. So, it used to meet in the, we can say, Central Hall. So, after that, the members used to meet informally. They used to meet informally. You see the dedication of our constitution makers. The whole day, they used to sit, they used to discuss, and after that also, if they were not in agreement with a particular provision of the Constitution, they used to meet again. So, after an hour or two, now they used to discuss that particular provision again in the informal meeting. Why we are opposing it. So, and then a general agreement used to be arrived at, a consensus used to be arrived at. Okay, the amendments need to be done in this particular provision. And when there was a general agreement, then the next day, Dr. Rajendra Prasad used to be informed that, sir, we are going to discuss this article today. Again, amendments were moved. So, a consensus was created. So, in the book, only one sentence is mentioned, that the Indian Constitution was based on consensus. that you can forget also if you try to mug it up. क्योंकि क्या होता है ना, what we do generally when we read, our main focus is to highlight. हाँ, कुछ भी पढ़ो you highlight it. वो आपका green marker होता है ना. You people, obviously, the aspirants have got the more popular color, that is the green marker. वो पूरा जो भी देखो पूरा, and the whole book sometimes is green. So you are not to mark it, you'll have to put it here. So even if you are marked, oh, consensus, but now you have understood, if the statement is, which of the following statement is correct regarding the Indian Constitution? The Indian Constitution was based on consensus. Acha, in this way, the teacher had explained us that consensus was arrived at. This is important. Not that is what I had said. Reading between the lines is important, not reading the lines. अब आप कभी भी नहीं भूलोगे, if you are mentally present in the class, that the Indian Constitution was based on consensus. Because you need to know how the consensus was arrived at. Then after that, 8 months were given to the people of India to discuss it. It was not a closed door thing. And people gave their suggestions also with respect to the Constitution, what amendments can be made. And after that, the Constitution was adopted on which date? 26th of November 1949. Some of the provisions, they came into force from that day, and rest of the provisions came into force from January, that we all know. So some facts are there that you people need to know from the examination point of view. You can write it. The elections, just write in points. The election to elect the members of the Constituent Assembly, were held in July 1946. Next, the members of the Constituent Assembly were elected by the members of the provincial assemblies. So when these members of the provincial assemblies were elected? 1935, and it was under the Government of India Act 1935. Then next, the first session of the assembly was held on 9th December 1946. It was presided over by Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. This name is a very popular name, and the public service commissions are very fond of asking this name, that who was the temporary speaker of the Constituent Assembly, who presided over the first session. So different nomenclatures can be used. Temporary speaker also can be there in your question paper. So Dr. Sachidanand Sinha presided over the first session. Then next, the Muslim League boycotted the session. And demanded a separate Constituent Assembly for Pakistan. Next, on 11th December 1946, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected as the President of the Constituent Assembly. Next, Sir B.N. Rao RAU was appointed as the constitutional or legal advisor to the Constituent Assembly. This name may be important also, Sir B.N. Rao. He is the unsung hero of the Constituent Assembly. He belonged to Karnataka and people are not aware much about him. But he was the man. It was not the whole Constituent Assembly which had undergone the constitutions of the world, but it was this person who was instrumental behind the making of the Indian Constitution. He was not only instrumental in enacting or drafting, or we can say making our Constitution, but he was the part of the Constitution making process of many other countries also. So he was not a member of the Constituent Assembly, but yes, he was an advisor to the Constituent Assembly. Then next, on 13th December, Pandit Nehru, I repeat, on 13th December 1946, Pandit Nehru presented the objective resolution Each statement that I am telling is very important in the sense that the students, they get confused in such type of statements. Generally, the feeling is that whatever was done in the Constituent Assembly was by Dr. Ambedkar. That is why such questions are asked by the Public Service Commission, that which one of the following is correct. Dr. Ambedkar had presented the objective resolution. Pandit Nehru had presented the objective resolution. So it was Pandit Nehru who had presented the objective resolution. Now, some of you may not be knowing about the objective resolution. I'll tell you. The objective resolution basically was a document which had the objective of the Constituent Assembly. That what is the objective of the Constituent Assembly? And this objective resolution at the end was enacted as the preamble of the Constitution. So that is the relevance of the objective resolution. Then next, the Constituent Assembly constituted 22 committees to give inputs on various aspects. 22 committees to give inputs on various aspects. If you will be appearing in the state PCS examination, then the committees, all the committees may be important. Union Constitution Committee, States Constitution Committee, committees on fundamental rights. But for the UPSC point of view, they may not ask you such, we can say, specific questions that who was the chairman of the committees. But yes, questions may be asked with respect to the drafting committee. So next point you can write. The drafting committee was headed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, The other members were Alladi Krishna Swami Iyer, K.M. Munshi, Muhammad Sadullah, then N. Gopalaswamy, then B.L. Mittar, B.L. Mittar. B.L. Mittar was replaced by N. Madhav Rao. As he was not well, so that is why he was replaced. Then next, D.P. Khaitan, D.P. Khaitan had died and he was replaced by T.T. Krishnamachari. And here, the most important name that is generally asked in the examination is K.M. Munshi. So, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his team, that is the drafting committee. And this was the most important committee because the whole constitution was drafted by this committee. Next, the constitution was based on consensus. The constitution was based on consensus. I think that you will never be able to forget this sentence, that it was based on consensus. Then next, the constitution was adopted. The constitution was adopted by the assembly on 26th November 1949. Full stop. From that day, some of the provisions came into force. Like Articles 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 324, 366, 367, 379, 380, then 388, 391, 392, 393 and 394. In bracket you write, as per Article 394. As per Article 394. So the list of the articles that you have written, it is mentioned in Article 394 itself, that these articles will come into force from 26th of November 1949. So mainly these are the articles related to the Election Commission, the citizenship. So they will, and Article 394 itself says that I will also come into force from 26th of November 1949. So you say that where it is mentioned that these articles will come into force from 26th of November, it is mentioned in article number 394. Then next point you can write. 26th November is observed as 26th November is observed as Constitution Day. Constitution Day. The idea of observing this day, is to imbibe the spirit, of the Constitution in the minds of the people or minds of the citizens. What is the spirit of the Constitution? Liberty, equality, justice, fraternity, that is to imbibe. This is also a previous year question. That is, which one of the following is the objective of observing the Constitution Day? Because everyone who is preparing for the examination, he must be knowing. जो GK भी पढ़ता है ना, he will be knowing that okay, 26th November the Constitution was adopted. It is observed as Constitution Day. But what is the purpose behind it? That is more important. That is the understanding part. The next point you can write. Rest of the Constitution or rest of the provisions came into force from 26th January 1950. Why this day is observed as Republic Day, not as Constitution Day?
1929 Congress.
वो तो चलो ठीक है, you have said this, sir. Why this date was chosen? हाँ, अब तो Independence Day. हाँ, अच्छा. You are saying something. What's your name? I forget it. हाँ, Harsha. हाँ. What you are saying? हाँ. So when we say Republic, ठीक है, you told the significance of 26th of January, but basically why the Republic Day? Why not Independence Day? Because from that day India had become a republic. Republic means the head of the state is an elected one. So on 25th of January, the elections were held to elect the first president of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. And you see, he was elected by the members of the Constituent Assembly. And on 26th of January, he had taken oath as the President of India. So, we got the elected head of the state and India was declared as a republic, that we had an elected head of the state. So, if someone will ask you what is the significance of this date, why this date was chosen, then two of our friends were correct. That's to commemorate that Independence Day, that is in the Lahore session, the demand for, we can say, Purna Swaraj was adopted. So that is the rationale behind it. But why the nomenclature republic? Because on that day, India was declared as a republic. We had an elected head of the state. Then, next point you can write here. From that day, or yeah, on that day, the Constituent Assembly ceased to exist, ceased, C-E-A-S-E-D, ceased to exist and transformed itself into Provisional Parliament of India and transformed itself into Provisional Parliament of India until a new parliament until a new parliament was constituted in 1952. Was constituted in 1952. So, what is the meaning of this term? So, if the statement is, which of the following statement is correct, which body acted as the first parliament of independent India, the answer will be Constituent Assembly, because from 26th January, the Constituent Assembly ceased to exist and it started working as the parliament of the country. So, that we are not going to make new laws now. What we will be doing? We will be amending the constitution itself. We will be acting as the parliament of the country. So, from now, if anything is added in the constitution, that is to be the amendment of the constitution. So, it was the Constituent Assembly which acted as the first parliament of independent India. Now, at its commencement, means when the constitution started working, so it had 395 articles, you can write it, at its commencement. The constitution had 395 articles. Divided into 22 parts. And 8 schedules. And 8 schedules. At present, it has approximately 490 articles, approximately, divided into 25 parts and 12 schedules. Now, some of you may be thinking that why the teacher has written approx here, and even many times the students ask me that, sir, how many articles are there in the constitution itself? So, you say that whenever we talk about the articles of the constitution, I will give you a basic idea about it also, that how to read the articles. No doubt you people may have done some courses also, classes also. You see that whenever we talk about the broader aspects of the constitution, it has got parts. Parts. Like this. And after the parts, we have got the articles. Like this. Some parts, they are multi-dimensional. They have got many dimensions in them. And they have been structured into chapters. Till part 4a, we have got the parts and then we have got the article. Part 5, the union. And so, union is a broader term. Within it, we have got the executive, legislature, judiciary. So, chapters are there. Chapter 1, the executive. And then we have the articles related to the president, the vice president, the council of ministers. So, the attorney general, the articles are there. Similarly, chapter number 2, chapter number 3, chapter number 4. So, the broader parts, they have got the chapters, and after the chapters we have the articles. This is how the things have been arranged. Then when we talk about the articles, I have written here 490 approximately. No doubt you people may have read in the basics also, but I'll just fine tune it. You will find some numbers in the Constitution. Like this. Now, you see that whenever you see such type of numbers 1, 2, 3, 19, 21, then article number 200, like this, it means that they were there in the original Constitution. Now, some of the articles, they have got different dimensions, which have been written in the form of clauses. Clauses have been written like this in the Constitution or like this, small a. Now, it is not a separate article, it is a part of Article 19. And clauses can have sub-clauses, they have been written like this, or somewhere they have been written like this also. It is also a part of Article 19, not a separate article. So when you count the articles, they will not be counted as separate articles. They are the part of Article 19 itself. But whenever you see capital A, it means they have been added by an amendment to the Constitution. So capital A, capital B, capital C, it means they were not there in the original Constitution, they have been added by an amendment to the Constitution. So if you count these numbers and the capital ones, then it will be approximately 490, 495 also. Why we write approximately? Because you see, today if we say 489 or 491, in the next session, some of the articles may be repealed, some of the articles can be added, numbers change. So the numbers can change. So that is why you cannot exactly say that, okay, how many articles are there in the Constitution. Even in the school quizzes also we do not ask this question. Yes, the question can be how many articles were there in the original Constitution. Such questions can be there in the examination, but yes, how many articles are there in the Constitution, this question is generally not asked. Now when we talk about schedules, we have written here that originally we had got 8 schedules, now we have got 12 schedules. Now if someone will ask you, okay, you have read too much of polity, how can you define a schedule? How can you define a schedule? So when you define a schedule, how we will do that? You see, some of the articles of the Constitution, they need explanation. Some of the articles of the Constitution, they need explanation. And if you start explaining them there only, the coherency of the document will be lost. For example, Article 1 says, India, that is Bharat, shall be union of states. Now, if you start writing the name of all the 28 states there only, what the next article says, you will not be able to correlate Article 1 and Article number 2. Because your focus will be on the name of the states. So, the name of the states have been written in schedule number 1. That okay, see schedule 1. If you are interested in knowing the names, see. Similarly, the center-state legislative relations are based on 3 lists: union list, state list and concurrent list. And after that article, you start writing union list. Oh, these subjects are there. List 2, state list, these subjects are there. 6 to 7 or 8 pages. The coherency of the document will be lost. It is there in the form of a schedule, that is schedule number 7. So if you are interested in knowing the subjects, you see schedule number 7. So if someone will ask you that what is a schedule, these are very basic things, that what is a schedule? You may be knowing that okay, 12 schedules are there, but you may fumble. So you should say that some articles of the Constitution, they need explanation, and schedules are the explanation of some of the articles of the Constitution. Now, another basic thing that I'll tell you that we will be coming across during our discussion, it is the kinds of majority under the Constitution. This is one of the most crucial areas where the students, they get confused. Now, from the very beginning, you need to be very clear. What is a special majority? When it is used? Now, first of all, we have the simple majority. Simple majority is more than 50% of the members present and voting. Present and voting, that is important. You see, for example, in the Lok Sabha, we have got 543 members. All the members are not present in the house daily. So suppose on a particular day, out of 543 members, 450 are present in the house, and it is not mandatory that all should vote also. So they may not vote. Suppose some members, 50 members are present, but they are not voting. It is known as abstention. Abstain means you are present in the house, but you are not taking part in the voting. That is abstain. So 50 members abstain. So present and voting will be 400. Present and voting will be 400. So here simple majority will be 400 divided by 2 plus 1. Plus 1, because it is more than 50%, otherwise there will be tie. There will be 50-50, so plus 1. This is the simplest majority that is required in the houses of the parliament. So this is also known as working majority. Working majority. For those who may not have understood it, I'll give you another example. Suppose the strength of this class is of 100 students, including our online students. Now, out of the 100 students, suppose 80 of you are present in the class today. And suppose if I ask you a question So how many of you are present today? 80. So if I ask you a question that how many of you want a off day tomorrow? It is a hypothetical question. There will be class tomorrow. So if I ask you a question that how many of you want a off tomorrow? Then out of 80 who are present here, 10 of you will say, sir, will not take part in such type of voting. If there will be class, we'll come. Otherwise, we will not come, we'll take rest. So 10 of you, what you did? You abstained. You were present in the class, but you did not take part in the voting. So how many of you are taking part in the voting? 70. What will be the majority required here? 70 divided by 2 plus 1. This is the easiest majority, simplest majority that is required in the legislature, in your state legislatures also, and in the houses of the parliament also. Now, where this majority is required, you can write as note, N-O-T-E. This majority, question, you can write as note. Wherever the constitution is silent, wherever the constitution is silent on the type of majority required, I repeat, wherever the constitution is silent on the type of majority required, comma, it is assumed that simple majority is required. It is assumed that simple majority is required. So nowhere you will find that it is mentioned in the constitution that simple majority will be required. The word simple majority has not been used. Now wherever it has been mentioned that it has to be passed by the house, it has to be passed by the house, then passed by the house means simple majority. Because wherever some other type of majority will be required, it will be clearly mentioned that here this special majority will be required. So wherever the constitution is silent, you will not say, sir, where it is written? It is not mentioned. That is why simple majority will be required. Now coming to the second type of majority, it is absolute majority. Absolute majority is more than 50% of the total strength or membership of the house. It is fixed. For example, in the Lok Sabha, it will be 543 divided by 2 plus 1. Then, if it is required in the Rajya Sabha, it will be 245 divided by 2 plus 1. In the Delhi Legislative Assembly, it will be 70 divided by 2 plus 1. So, if we talk about Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, 200 divided by 2 plus 1. 200 is the strength. Then Haryana Legislative Assembly, 90 divided by 2 plus 1. 90 is the strength of the Assembly of Haryana. So here basically it depends, and here it is also known as majority of the whole house. Majority of the whole house. And whenever, and you will ask me, sir, where this absolute majority is required? Generally it is required in the lower house. Lower house means the popular house, Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly, or the Lok Sabha, in the formation of the government. For example, the NDA is the ruling elite, is the ruling party or the ruling coalition. Why it is the ruling coalition? Because it has got absolute majority in the Lok Sabha, 272 plus seats. So in Delhi, the Bharatiya Janata Party government is there. Why? Because it has got more than 50% of the seats in the state legislative assembly. Similarly, if we talk about Maharashtra, the Mahayuti Gathbandhan or the coalition is there. Mahayuti is the name? Someone from MVA, and the other one? Achha. So there are coalitions. So the coalition which is in majority, it is ruling. Then similarly, if we talk about Telangana, the Congress is ruling. Why? Because the Congress has got more than 50% of the members in the legislative assembly. In Himachal, the Congress is ruling. Why? Because it has got more than 50% of the members in the legislative assembly. So generally it is for the formation of the government, but here and there in the Rajya Sabha also it will be used along with some other majority. So wherever it is mentioned majority of the house, wherever you will find this word majority of the house or majority of the whole house, then absolute majority will be required. Whether you are present, whether you are absent, whether you are abstaining, it hardly matters. Then coming to the third type of majority, it is effective majority. Effective majority is more than 50% of the effective or the then strength of the house. More than 50% of the effective or the then strength of the house. In absolute majority, we had written the total strength or the total membership. Here, the then strength or the effective strength. What is this effective strength? Or the then strength? It is strength of the house minus vacancies. Here the vacancies are not counted. For example, suppose in the Rajya Sabha, we have a strength of 245. Suppose 3 members may have died, 1 member may have resigned, 1 member may have been disqualified. These are the vacancies. These are the vacant seats. Elections have not held. So these are vacancies. So effective strength will be 245 minus the vacancies. There is minus 5. It will be 240. And effective majority will be 240 divided by 2 plus 1. Here, the vacancies will not be counted. Dekho, in absolute majority, this number was counted, 245 was counted. In simple majority, those who are present as well as voting, they were counted. But here, only the vacancies will not be counted. 240 means 240 means they are, that is the effective strength of the house. Whether you are present, absent, it hardly matters. Otherwise, it will be simple majority. Now, you will find this word majority of the then strength of the house. In the constitution, the term that is generally used is majority of the then strength of the house. Now, where this majority is required, you can write as note, N-O-T-E. This majority is required. This majority is required first in the Rajya Sabha for the passage of a resolution for the removal of the vice president. So, we have not written here Parliament, we have written Rajya Sabha. So, if the vice president of India is to be removed, then the resolution is introduced only in the Rajya Sabha. It cannot be introduced in the Lok Sabha. The Rajya Sabha will have to pass it by an effective majority, and after the Rajya Sabha will pass the resolution by an effective majority, then it will be transmitted to the Lok Sabha, which has to approve it by a simple majority. Agreed upon by. So agreed means no majority has been mentioned. So simple majority will be required here. So basically, here the words which have been mentioned in the constitution, the then majority, we can say, majority of the then members of the house. Then secondly, for the passage of resolutions in the respective legislatures for the removal of their presiding officers. Speaker and deputy speakers of Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies, they will be termed as presiding officers. Then chairman, and deputy chairman of legislative councils, legislative councils, Vidhan Parishad, they are not there in all the states, and the chairman and deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha. As the vice president is the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, that is why this majority is required in the Rajya Sabha. As he is the vice president of India, simple majority is required in the Lok Sabha. Now here, suppose if the speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly is to be removed, then this majority will be required in the Kerala Legislative Assembly. If the chairman or deputy chairman of the Karnataka Legislative Council is to be removed, then this majority will be required in the Karnataka Legislative Council. So, only for the removal of the presiding officers. So, wherever you will see the majority of the then strength, that is the key word, then it means that presiding officers have to be removed. Done? Now, coming to the vice president.
Then effective majority is required in Rajya Sabha, but not in Lok Sabha. He is the vice president. The same applies for all that presiding officer.
नहीं बेटा, क्योंकि all the posts are not ex officio posts. Only the vice president of India is the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha by virtue of the post. So, anyone who will be occupying that post will be the chairman. For example, the prime minister is the ex officio chairman of the Niti Aayog. So, anyone who will be the prime minister will be the chairman of the Niti Aayog. Home minister is the ex officio head of the zonal councils. So, anyone who will be the home minister of the country will be the ex officio head of the zonal councils. He will chair the meetings. So, by virtue of the post. नहीं बेटा, only in that house. देखो, for the in the respective legislatures we have written. Respective legislatures. For example, if Sri Om Birla is to be removed, then this majority will be required in the Lok Sabha only. In the Lok Sabha only. If the speaker of Haryana Legislative Assembly is to be removed, this majority will be required in the Haryana Legislative Assembly only. No. Other house has no role in that. No role. Now coming to the third type of majority, that is special majority. This is the one area where the students are mostly confused. एक तो effective majority में there is a confusion among the students that we have seen, and here also we have seen with respect to special majority. Here there are three types of special majorities. Three types. First, not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Now here it is not less than 2/3, means even 2/3 will also do. For example, Suppose in the Rajya Sabha we have a strength of 245, and suppose if we talk about present and voting, 220 members are present and voting. So the majority required will be 2/3 of 220. So earlier in the simple majority it was 220 divided by 2 plus 1. So it was more than. Now it is not less than. So even 2/3 will also do. This majority is required separately at two places. That we will be discussing when we will be discussing the Parliament with you, under Article 249 and under Article 312. So today is the very first class. Some of you may not have been knowing about such type of complex articles also. So dhire dhire gradually I will be discussing with you. So two articles I will tell you where it is used. Then coming to the second type of special majority, in the second type of special majority, two conditions have to be fulfilled. Two conditions have to be fulfilled. First, majority of the House that is absolute majority and not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. And we have written, means both the conditions have to be fulfilled. It is neither, it is not neither or, it is and plus. Now what is that? You see, suppose in the Lok Sabha, a bill has been introduced which requires this majority. And suppose in the Lok Sabha, the strength is 543, absolute majority is fixed, it is 272. 272, it is fixed. So minimum you need to get this number, plus not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Both the conditions have to be fulfilled. Now suppose 450 members are present and voting in the Lok Sabha. What will be the 2/3 of 450? 300. Now, suppose out of 450 who are present and voting, if 299 members or 298 members out of 450, they are voting in favor of the bill, if the bill will be passed or not? No. Why? Because 272 is there. This first condition is fulfilled. But the second condition is not fulfilled. 298 is not the 2/3 of 450. If it is 300 or 300 plus, then both the conditions are being fulfilled. So, alternative I will also tell you. Suppose if 400 members are present and voting, what will be the 2/3 of 400? सी सेट भी देना होता है. 266. ठीक. Now suppose 270 members. It will be 266.66 कैसे? तो हाँ 266. So suppose 270 members, they are voting in favor of the bill out of 400. So 2/3, this condition is being fulfilled, but 270 is less than 272. Minimum 272 is required, and along with it, not less than 2/3 of the members present as well as voting. Both the conditions have to be fulfilled. It is a tough one because both the conditions have to be fulfilled. Now, where this majority is required? लिख लो, नोट करके. This majority is required. This majority is required first, under Article 368 for the passage of Constitutional Amendment Bill in both houses of the Parliament. So, this is mentioned in article number 368 that to amend the constitution, you need to have the bills passed in both the houses of the Parliament by this majority. We are talking only about the Parliament, okay, not by the ratification by the state. That we will be discussing later on. So, if the Parliament has to amend the constitution, then this majority will be required. That is why you say that during the earlier time, that is 2014 to 2024, 10 years of the rule of the NDA government, it was very difficult to get the constitutional amendment bills passed. Why? Because the NDA had no majority in the Rajya Sabha. It had no majority in the Rajya Sabha. It had majority in the Lok Sabha. That is why it had formed the government. But it had no majority in the Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha. That is why it was dependent on the smaller political parties like Biju Janata Dal, YSR Congress, which supported the NDA to get the constitutional amendment bills passed. But it is only in 2024 that we saw that the Bharatiya Janata Party getting majority in the Rajya Sabha also. So that is why the constitutional amendments will not be difficult for this government, because both the conditions will be fulfilled in both the houses. Then secondly, for the passage of resolution in both houses of the Parliament for the removal of judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts the CEC, Chief Election Commissioner, then State Election Commissioners, and the CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. So, if we need to remove the judges of the Supreme Court, High Court, the CAG or the Chief Election Commissioner, State Election Commissioners, both the houses of the Parliament should pass the resolution by special majority. If one house passes the resolution, other house will not pass the resolution, then the judge will not be removed. And third, in a state legislative assembly, for the passage of a resolution requesting the Parliament to create a legislative council for the state or to abolish an existing one. How many of you belong to the states which don't have a legislative council? How many of you? You are from which state? Jharkhand. You? Chandigarh. Chandigarh is a union territory. Okay. You are from Sikkim. Okay. So all of you are from the states where you have got legislative council. Okay. How many of you are from Maharashtra in the class? None of you. Karnataka? You are from Karnataka. Okay. Then Uttar Pradesh, बिहार, जम्मू कश्मीर में तो अभी है नहीं, ठीक है ना. Any तेलंगाना? How many of you are from Telangana? Andhra Pradesh? So you see that some of the states have got, the states that I named means they have got bicameral legislature, they have got legislative council. The other states don't have a legislative council. Now, suppose we want to create a legislative council in Madhya Pradesh. Then what is the process for the creation of a legislative council in Madhya Pradesh? No doubt the ultimate authority is the Parliament. The Parliament will decide, but the request has to come from the Legislative Assembly of Madhya Pradesh. So the Madhya Pradesh Legislative Assembly to pass a resolution by a special majority, the majority that we are discussing, requesting the Parliament to create a legislative council for the state. So here the initiative will be from the legislative assembly of that state. Arbitrarily the parliament cannot create. After this, the parliament by a simple majority can pass a bill and the legislative council in Madhya Pradesh can be created. So basically the initiative has to be by the legislative assembly. And what is the majority required in the assembly? It will be special majority. Both the conditions have to be fulfilled in the assembly only. So you see that under these circumstances, we will be using the second type of special majority. Both the conditions have to be fulfilled. किसी को भी कोई भी डाउट हो पूछ लिया करना, ठीक है, क्योंकि ये टेक्निकल चीज है, ये क्योंकि एक्सप्लेनेशन है वो अलग, that is a different thing, but these are very technical things. If you will not be able to understand it, you will not be able to understand many aspects of the constitution. Abhi bhi, whenever I will be discussing the other aspects also, removal of the judges, I will be again telling you about these majorities. So jitni बार ज़्यादा I will tell you, so that the things will be there in your mind. कोई उसकी वो गारंटी हमारी होती है कि कैसे आपको याद करवाना है, ठीक है ना. Now coming to the third type of special majority. It is under Article 61. Then also the same process. For example, if Uttar Pradesh don't want to have a legislative council, so the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly will pass a resolution by a special majority requesting the Parliament to abolish the Legislative Council. Whether to do it or not is the prerogative of the Parliament. Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly had passed a resolution when YSR Congress was there. So they had passed a resolution because there was a political reason. No, the Telugu Desam party had majority in the Legislative Council. So when the YSR Congress came to power, so at that point of time, they passed a resolution. They had a majority in the assembly. They passed a resolution that, oh, we don't want this. Reason can be anything. So we don't want it. But the central government did not abolish the legislative council. So it completely depends on the parliament. The request has to be from the assembly. Arbitrarily it cannot create, it cannot abolish also. आप कुछ बोल रहे थे? Thank you. Now, coming to the third type of special majority, it is under Article 61. It is used for the impeachment of the president. The majority required not less than 2/3 of the total strength or membership of the House. It is not less than 2/3 of the total strength or membership of the House. It is also fixed. In the Lok Sabha, it is fixed. It is the toughest majority required under the Constitution of India. You are not supposed to be confused in this regard. For the amendment of the Constitution, two conditions have to be fulfilled. For the removal of the judges of the Supreme Court and High Court, both the conditions have to be fulfilled in both the houses sitting separately. Here, it is 2/3 of the total strength in both the houses sitting separately. Now, I will tell you one more thing, important thing, and a clarification. In fact, sometimes the word impeachment is used with respect to the judges of the Supreme Court as well as the High Courts also. For example, we have a resolution which has been introduced in the Parliament with respect to removal of a judge of the Allahabad High Court. Earlier he was a judge of the Delhi High Court and cash was found, the burnt cash was found, Justice Verma. So basically, the word, you may be reading in the newspaper that the word impeachment is also being used. Impeachment of Justice Verma, the resolution has been moved, notice has been served. So, if someone will ask you that the word impeachment is used for the judges also, or it is used only for the President of India, constitutionally, the expression has been used only for the President, because Article 61 says the President to be impeached. So, the word impeachment constitutionally has been mentioned only for the President of India. But you see that what is the difference between impeachment and removal? But for the others, for the judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts, the word removal has been used. Article 124 clause 4 says, a judge of the Supreme Court to be removed by the President upon the passage of a resolution, by both the houses, by a majority of the whole house or the majority of the house, and by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of the house present as well as voting, on the grounds of proved misbehavior or incapacity. You see the removal, and there the word impeachment for the President. Impeachment is a special legislative process. It is not a normal legislative process. It is a special legislative process. And as soon as the legislature or the houses of the legislature pass a resolution, automatically the concerned official gets impeached. In case of India, it is the President. Suppose you both the houses are there, you will pass the resolution by this majority, you people will also pass the resolution by this majority, the President will get impeached. No one will formally remove the President. But when we talk about the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts, the Chief Election Commissioner, the State Election Commissioner, the CAG, here they will be removed. There the majority is also different. And they will be removed by the President. After you people will pass the resolution by the second type of special majority, the President will formally remove the judge of the Supreme Court or the High Court. Then you may ask me then, sir, why the word impeachment is used? It is in the context. What is the context here? The role played by the Parliament in this regard. So, until and unless the Parliament will not pass the resolution, the President cannot remove a judge of the Supreme Court or a High Court. So, the primary role, the important role the Parliament plays in the removal of the judges. That is why even in the loose terms, the term impeachment is used for the judges of the Supreme Court as well as the High Court. So, if in your in your examination, if the question is that the word impeachment has been used for the judges, for the President, okay? So, answer will be only for the President. Okay? Rest the word removal has been used. This is the basic difference. Even you see the majority is also different. Then the grounds are also different. We will be discussing these things in detail in the coming classes. So, these are the basically the types of majority that is required. This was the first part of our discussion that we needed to do, because first of all, if the basics will not be clear, we will not be able to understand the other aspects. So we'll stop here for a break, and we'll be taking a break of 30 minutes if you're comfortable. So 30 minutes break, and I'll see you around 11 o'clock. And we'll have the next session till 1:30. So written constitution, the things have been systematically arranged in one document. When we say unwritten constitution, we were writing an unwritten constitution does not mean that the provisions have not been written down, but are not codified, or systematically arranged in a single document. Not codified or systematically arranged in a single document. So you see that when we talk about the example, Indian Constitution, US Constitution, French Constitution. So if we talk about these constitutions, you will find that all the aspects have been systematically written down. The provisions related to the creation of the states, citizenship, rights of the people, then organs of the government. So the provisions have been written down in one document. But if we talk about an unwritten constitution, they have not been codified or they have not been systematically arranged in a single document. For example, the UK Constitution or the Constitution of New Zealand also. So here, it does not mean that the things have not been written down. They have been written down, but at one place you will not find everything. For example, in United Kingdom, the things have been written down, like the provisions related to Parliament, but in one separate statute. Statute means the laws which have been passed by the legislature. Then Judicial Act, a separate book. Writ of habeas corpus, a separate book. So in separate booklets, in separate laws, they have got the things written down, not at one place. But here, if you talk about these constitutions, the provisions have been written down at one place. Then secondly, a written constitution is an enacted constitution, whereas an unwritten constitution is an evolved constitution. Enacted constitution, a group of people sat down, they wrote the constitution and they said, okay, this is the Constitution of America, this is the Constitution of India. For example, the Philadelphia Convention, it enacted the American Constitution. The Constituent Assembly, it enacted the Indian Constitution. Now here, an evolved constitution means at one time the things were not written down by a body, but basically it evolved. For example, the UK Constitution started evolving since 1215 AD. That is since the time of Magna Carta. Means some of the laws which were there in 1215 AD, they are still there in the English system. The new laws are made, the earlier laws, they cease to exist. So at one time all the laws are not made. And then the most important difference is that wherever we have a written constitution, there is supremacy of the constitution and wherever we have unwritten constitution, there is parliamentary supremacy. Why we say that there is supremacy of the constitution? because all the three organs of the government owe their origin and derive their authority from the Constitution. Such questions are asked in the reasoning assertion portion, that in a written constitution there is supremacy of the constitution, and the logic, all the three organs of the government owe their origin and they derive their authority from the constitution. So basically here, no doubt, in the law making the parliament may be supreme, law making process, but it is not sovereign. The parliament basically is, the power of the parliament is limited by the provisions of the constitution. The parliament or the legislature will have to make the laws for which it has been authorized by the constitution. And not only this, the process also has been mentioned in the constitution. That is, okay, you need to make laws by following this process only. So you'll have to follow the laws which are there, the provisions which are there, and also the procedure which has been mentioned in the constitution itself. Not only this, if we talk about unwritten constitution as it exists in United Kingdom, there is parliamentary supremacy. What is this concept of parliamentary supremacy in United Kingdom? In United Kingdom, if you see, parliamentary supremacy refers to the supreme lawmaking power of the UK Parliament. The British Parliament can make laws on any subject because it has not been created by a third party. In our country, Parliament shall consist of, where it is mentioned? It is mentioned in the Constitution, which was enacted by the Constituent Assembly. The members of the Parliament had not enacted that, oh, these will be our powers. The privileges were decided by the Constituent Assembly. But here in United Kingdom, everything was decided by the Parliament itself, that the Parliament will consist of these houses, will make the laws like this, this will be our privileges, we will decide about ourselves. The Parliament decided about judiciary, that how the judges will be appointed, what will be their term, and in our country it has been mentioned in the Constitution. And even though the Parliament has the power to change it, the process has been mentioned in the Constitution itself. You have to follow that. But in United Kingdom, the British Parliament can make laws on any subject. It can change an earlier law by a very easy process. And the laws of the British Parliament cannot be challenged before any authority, and they cannot be declared as null and void. And the scholars commenting on the supremacy of the British Parliament in the law-making process, they have commented that the British Parliament is so powerful that it can make laws on any subject except on changing a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Means, except on a subject which is naturally not possible. You cannot make laws. But whatever is naturally possible, on those subjects, the British Parliament can make laws. So such type of understanding based statements may be there in the examination, that which one of the following is correct regarding a written constitution. There is supremacy of the constitution. Whenever we talk about independence of jury, that is a different thing. Every country has adopted its own way of going through the independence of judiciary. Every country has got its own system. So there are not only the written laws, but the customs and conventions which are also there, which play an important role. And all these things depend on the political culture also. And the government of the day, it is uncomfortable if it disobeys any we can say an ongoing convention. So apart from the parliamentary laws, we can say the common laws are there. Then we have got the conventions which are there, the commentaries by the scholars which are there. All they shape the working of an unwritten constitution. It is not only one thing. It is only one aspect. That is only with respect to the law making aspect, the parliament has got the supremacy, but the other things are also there which are taken into consideration. Which aspect? Acha, parliamentary supremacy is there. So obviously whatever is there, dekho, even if an established convention is there, the judiciary has to be independent. So we have got certain customs and conventions which are prevailing in the United Kingdom also. So no doubt they have not been written down. And here we are talking with respect to the law making process. Here we are not talking about, we can say, the independence of the judiciary. So even if the convention and customs are there, they play important role in deciding all these aspects. It all depends on the political culture also. Bolo?
Why are we following the Constitution of UK as a constitution itself if it is not, I mean, it is not written और कोई भी जो features हैं वो match हो ही नहीं रहे. So why are we not following them laws of UK or acts of UK, rather we are following the Constitution of UK?
When we talk about the constitution, it is not always necessary that everything has to be written down. It is not necessary also. And if we talk about the Indian constitution also, everything has not been written down in the constitution. There are many conventions which are followed. For example, the 3 sessions of the parliament. Nowhere in our constitution it has been mentioned that there has to be 3 sessions of the parliament. It is a convention that we have got 3 sessions. The only thing that has been mentioned in the constitution is that the intervening gap between the 2 sessions of the parliament not to exceed 6 months. That's the only thing. It is a convention that is followed. Nowhere in our constitution it has been mentioned that there will be 3 types of ministers. Nowhere it has been mentioned. The constitution uses the word council of ministers, and only once under article 352 the word cabinet has been mentioned. So basically, but in our, the basic difference is that wherever we talk about evolution, it is a process, but here we are talking about the foolproof thing from the very beginning. So conventions are a part of every parliamentary system also, because for the discussion that you will have to go into parliamentary system, presidential system, a different type of systems are there, that also we will be discussing. So it does not mean that we will not term it as a constitution. It does not mean that everything will be written down. Some unwritten things are also there which are followed in a country. For example, the customary laws are also there. They are also followed. Common laws are there. Now, so from the examination point of view, this is the important aspect, supremacy of the constitution. Now, coming to the next feature, drawn from various sources. I think this aspect you people may be knowing, that is, the Indian constitution has been drawn from various sources, and from the examination point of view you need to know some important sources, and I think I will just check with you that how far you know, you may be knowing. The major source is the Government of India Act 1935. Can you tell me what are the important aspects that we have taken from the Government of India Act 1935? Okay. Then chalo, some of the important aspects I'll tell you, you can write it. First, administrative structure of both the center and the states. Center and the states. Then next, office of the governor. Office of the governor. Next, emergency powers. Emergency powers vested in, the idea of emergency, you can write like this, the idea of emergency. Idea of emergency. Now, we were discussing the parliamentary system. So, in the parliamentary system, we have got two heads, head of the state and head of the government. The head of the state is the nominal head, and head of the government is the real head. And you see, examples I'll give you. In United Kingdom, the head of the state is the crown, and head of the government is the prime minister, who is the real head. If we talk about India, the head of the state, president, is the nominal head, and head of the government is the prime minister, who is the real head. Now, you may be thinking that the prime minister is the real head, so why such type of government is not known as prime ministerial government? Why it is termed as parliamentary system? The reason being that the head of the government, that is the prime minister, is provided by the parliament, means he must be a member of the parliament. So the parliament provides for the real head. Now, another question that can be there in your mind, that sir, if parliament is providing, in all the countries we don't have the nomenclature parliament. We have got different nomenclatures also of the legislature. So why the word parliament was chosen by the political scientists? You see, such a system evolved in the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is termed as the mother of parliamentary democracy. And in United Kingdom, the legislature is known as the parliament. So from there the concept of parliamentary system evolved. That is why the nomenclature is parliamentary system. This is the first important thing with respect to the parliamentary system. Head of the state and head of the government are two different persons. Then another important feature of the parliamentary system is that the members of the executive that is the ministers must be the members of the legislature. And thirdly, the executive is responsible to the legislature especially the lower house. You remember the 3 points and you may get a job also. हमेशा ध्यान रखना, why we are sitting in the class? We are sitting to get a job. We need to be very professional. What we need to encircle? We need to remember these 3 points. And if you see the previous year questions, the UPSC, along with the first aspects that we had discussed, limited government, constitutionalism, another area that the UPSC is very fond of asking is this. And those who may not have understood it, I will make them understand with the help of an illustration. First of all, the electorate. It elects the legislature. And the legislature provides for the executive. Here we are talking about political executive. Electorate means the voters. We are the electorate. We do not elect the members of the executive. We do not elect even the prime minister. We do not elect the chief minister also. What we do? We go and we vote for our representative. Okay, vote for this person. He will be our representative. So, we elect the members to the legislature, and the political party or the coalition. It can be a pre-poll coalition or a post-poll coalition, which gets majority here. Its members, they become the member of the executive. This is the point that we have written, that the members of the executive, that is the ministers, must be the members of the legislature. So, the members of the executive, they must be the members of the legislature. No doubt in our country, we have a law that a non-member can be a minister for 6 months. But within 6 months, he has to get elected. Otherwise, he will no longer continue as the minister. So, here you see that there is a fusion of the executive and the legislature. You see, the vice versa is not correct. The members of the executive must be the members of the legislature. But all the members of the legislature must not be the members of the executive. As I know, which of the following statement is correct regarding a parliamentary system? The members of the executive, they must be the members of the legislature. Take. Then second, the members of the legislature, they must be the members of the executive. It is a wrong statement. So, in the examination, you must be cautious. क्योंकि आजकल क्या है, 2 statements are there. How many statements are correct? Only one. और उसमें स्टूडेंट्स क्या करते हैं? Only one को सोचते हैं, अच्छा one only. It is a human error that I have seen. You may be knowing the answer, but when you read it, you must be very careful. How many statements are correct? You know which one of the following is correct. So you should be very cautious. That is why the test series are important. Test series are not important for the purpose of the questions. Test series are important to keep you in nerves with the examination pattern. How many of, which one of. So ये practice रहेगा ना, so you will be able to pinpoint, अच्छा which one. कभी कभी हम लोग से भी गलती होती है, अच्छा which one, how many. तो ये ना, you should be cautious about it. पहले, क्योंकि examination में it is all about technique. It is all about technique. At the end of the day, you need to be very cautious while reading the questions also. So there is a fusion of the executive and legislature. You see, all our ministers, they are either the members of the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha. Then, third point that we have written, the executive is responsible to the legislature. It is responsible to the legislature. It means that if you don't have a majority, your government will no longer be. We have got the concept of no confidence motion. A no confidence motion is passed in the lower house, in your Vidhan Sabha or in the Lok Sabha. It means your government is responsible. Article 75 clause 3 talks about collective responsibility, that the Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. So such type of questions are asked in the examination. So if the question is responsible to the legislature, that will be the correct statement. Or if very specifically it is mentioned, especially to the lower house, then you need to encircle lower house. Because parliament or legislature may consist of both the houses. So, but if lower house is not there, if it is legislature, you need to encircle legislature. Your one question is done. ऐसे ही पढ़ना है. When you read the things, okay, this is the topic and this is the question, so that you will not go here and there. You'll have to be very much. Prelims में कुछ नहीं. Indian polity is the safest section. It's the safest section. मैं हमेशा I teach the crash courses और ये सब, तो safest आपको मैं बताता हूँ. It is safest. मतलब class lectures के note पे you will be able to do. If 20 questions are asked, 18 to 19 questions will be from your lecture notes. हाँ, lecture notes से नहीं, मतलब if you have understood it, you will be able to answer it. Even the most difficult things also. हाँ, नहीं, हाँ, मैं can be. Coming to presidential system, देखो, in a presidential system, the head of the state and the government is the same. You see the US president, he is the head of the state and he is the head of the government. All the decisions are taken by him and he is the signing authority also. The bills which are passed by the Congress, he signs it as the head of the state, but as the head of the executive, he takes all the decisions also. And here, a minister cannot be a member of the legislature. Clear-cut separation of powers. So there is separation of powers. Now, before I discuss with you this concept of separation of powers from the prelims point of view, I'll just tell you how the presidential system really works with the with the help of an illustration. देखो, the US case. The electorate. It elects the members of the legislature and it also elects the chief executive. So, there are two separate elections which take place. Legislature means the US Congress. House of Representatives is the lower house. And Senate. So, the electorate, it elects the House of Representatives every 2 years. It is just like our Lok Sabha. The term of the Lok Sabha is 5 years, but House of Representatives 2 years and 6 years of Senate. So, here even the members of the House of Representative and Senate, they are directly elected by the people, and in a separate election the US President is elected. So, there is no effect of any change in the legislative structure in the House of Representative or Senate on the term of the chief executive, that is the president. Nothing to do. He can be removed only by the process of impeachment. And here, even if in the House of Representatives, the political party of the president will lose its majority, it hardly matters. It will lose its majority here, it hardly matters. And there is clear-cut separation of powers. Here you say that after the chief executive, means the president is elected, the president appoints the persons of his choice as the ministers. They are termed as secretaries. So, in America, the ministers are termed as secretaries. And the secretaries, they must not be the members of the legislature. They cannot. If a member of the Senate or House of Representatives is appointed as a secretary, then he will resign from the House and then he will take oath as the secretary. You cannot be a member of the executive as well as the legislature at the same point of time. Clear-cut separation. And then here also they will have no role in the passage of the bills. Indirectly they can influence it, that is the president can influence, that is a different. But they will not be presenting the bills. In our country, the ministers, they are the part of the legislature. They present the bill, they take part in the discussions and deliberations, but it is not the case of United States of America. There is a clear-cut separation of powers. Whenever we talk about separation of powers, basically, we have got 3 organs of the government based on the 3 functions: lawmaking, law implementation, and law adjudication. These are the 3 functions of a state. During monarchy, all these powers were vested in the king. The king used to be the sole giver of the law, he was the sole implementer of the law, and he was the sole judge. But if these three powers are vested in one hand, obviously it will lead to tyranny, it will lead to dictatorship. That is why the three functions of the state must be in the hands of three different organs or three different bodies. This is the concept of separation of powers. There is a difference between division of powers and separation of powers. Separation of powers is used in this context. So here you can write the doctrine of SOP, separation of powers, was propounded by the French philosopher Montesquieu. The French philosopher Montesquieu. Full stop. He was of the view that if the three functions of the state are vested in a single person, or a single institution, it may lead to dictatorship. Full stop. In democracy, these three functions must be vested in different bodies, vested in different bodies or institutions. Full stop. In the next sentence you write, as India is having a parliamentary system, strict separation of powers may not be feasible between the executive and the legislature. Full stop. But Article 50 provides for separation of judiciary from the executive. Underline Article 50. This is another question which is generally asked in the examination. Even if you have not mugged up all the directive principles of state policy. Okay? So, Article 50, separation of powers. So, you need to correlate the things. So, you will be able to remember the things also. Achha, separation of powers, Article 50. That is separation of judiciary from executive. Then this is, we can say, this was the concept of separation of powers, and understanding based questions may be there in the exam. Which one of the following is a key element of democracy? Separation of powers is an important element of democracy. So parliamentary system, one question. आप जब घर जाओगे ना, when you go home, तो ना एक बार आप PYQs देख लेना. So उससे क्या होता है ना कि you will get an idea. I do not ask students to go through the questions which have been given in Lakshmikant's book. I don't ask my students, but PYQs and the questions which are asked in your State Public Service Commission examination also, because you will get a real feel that what type of questions are asked. Because क्या होता है ना कि what they do is that they bombard the aspirants with questions which are not at all asked in the examination. ज्यादातर टेस्ट सीरीज में आप यही देखोगे. हाँ, ज्यादातर टेस्ट सीरीज में आप वही देखो, अरे बहुत डिफिकल्ट लेवल था. यूपीएससी का लेवल इज नॉट डिफिकल्ट लेवल. UPSC is an examination to select the good candidates. It is not to eliminate. It is not to eliminate. This is the positive thing that we need to understand. So the standard is not कि बहुत difficult है, हम नहीं कर पाए. Oh, very good. ऐसा नहीं है. It's not like that. If you solve the PYQs, you will see that the questions which are asked here and there and the standard of questions which are asked in the examination, there is a hell and heaven difference. So that is why you need to base your preparation on the PYQs. That will help you out. And your concepts has to be very much clear. So one question, parliamentary system, it is done. Then another feature of the Indian Constitution is that it provides for a quasi-federal system. Or we can say it is a federation with strong unitary features. बोल बेटा. हर 2 साल में. और सेनेट जो मेंबर्स होते हैं, 1/3 of them retire every 2 years. Their term is 6 years. So the things that we follow in India, but the basic difference is that there also the members of the Senate are elected directly by the people. हाँ, वो लोग है ना, 6 years आपको आप चले गए, फिर 6 years के बाद they will elect another representative. So they are also directly elected by the people. This is the basic difference. But in our country, the members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by the elected MLAs. But there the people directly elect the members of the Senate also. Now, coming to this aspect, a federation with a strong. इसके पहले एक चीज और आपको बता देता हूं कि in some of the countries there is a combination of both parliamentary system as well as presidential system. That is termed as quasi-presidential system. And quasi-presidential system is there in France, in Russia, as well as in Sri Lanka also. And it is a combination of both the parliamentary system as well as the presidential system. But as it is more closer to the presidential system, it is termed as quasi-presidential and not quasi-parliamentary. It has features of both. For example, if you talk about the French system, in France, the French president is directly elected by the people. He is directly elected by the people in France. So, what is the difference here between the American president and the French president with respect to election? The American president, as you may have read, he is elected by an electoral college. The people do not directly vote to elect the American president. They first of all elect the members of the electoral college, and every state elects as many representatives as it sends to the Congress. And the elections are held to elect the electoral college is held in the month of November. And these members, they take part in the final election of the American president. Directly the people do not take part. But yes, if you are choosing your representative from your state, then I want to vote for the president, for Donald Trump. He belongs to this political party. So what you need to do in your constituency, the person of Trump's political party will be voted by. So that if he gets elected, he will vote for Trump. So in your mind, so it is not direct election. But in France, the French president is directly elected by the people. And there, the French president has to get the candidate has to get majority of the votes. Then only he will be getting elected. Majority means more than 50% of the votes. Then only the candidate will be declared as elected. If two candidates are there, obviously one will get the majority, other will not get the majority. But in a multi-cornered contest, there can be division of votes. No one may get majority. Suppose 3 or 4 or 5 candidates are there. No one will get the majority. The votes will be divided. So, in that case, re-election takes place among the first top 2 candidates. Among the first top 2 candidates. That is known as runoff. It is known as runoff. And in the runoff means there will be re-election among the top 2 candidates. And obviously one will get the majority. So in one of the main examination, they had asked this question also. जो आपने पूछा ना कि सर सब पढ़ना पड़ेगा. UPSC never asks vague questions. So in that year, the election for the Indian president has also taken place. The election to elect the American president has also taken place, and the French president also taken place. People generally follow the election of the American president. But Macron was elected as the president through runoff. Through runoff. And that is why such type of questions were asked. Random questions are not asked by the UPSC. Questions which are in the news. That is why we say that you read newspapers. So that you will be acquainted where the president's election is going on, some unique process is there or not. That is the logic behind it. So whenever you will come across this term runoff, acha, it is used to elect the French president. Such type of eye-catching words have to be there with you. And there, after the French president is elected, he appoints a person of his choice as the prime minister. He is the personal choice of the prime minister, of the president. And so it is a feature of the presidential system. Prime minister to be appointed by the president. But the other ministers are appointed by the president on the advice of the prime minister. It is a feature of the parliamentary system. In our country, you see, the ministers are appointed by the president on the advice of the prime minister. So it is a feature of the parliamentary system. Then the ministers not to be the members of the legislature. They are not to be the members of the legislature. This is a feature of the presidential system. That is, the ministers are not to be the members of the legislature. But the unique aspect about France is that even though the ministers are not the members of the legislature, they take part in the proceedings of the National Assembly. National Assembly is the lower house. So they take part in the proceedings of the National Assembly and they are responsible to the National Assembly. Means the Prime Minister and his team can be thrown out by a no confidence motion by the National Assembly, which is a feature of parliamentary system. That is responsibility. तो फिर आप बोलोगे सर इसमें how the system works really? भाई Prime Minister तो President will have to take into consideration many things. So it is not always necessary that in France the Prime Minister and the President should belong to the same political party. And suppose if in the National Assembly another political party has got majority, and if the President appoints a person of his political party as the Prime Minister, obviously the other day a no confidence motion will be moved against him. So here in France, sometimes there exists cohabitation. Cohabitation means the president and the prime minister from different political parties. ये मजबूरी है, ये कुछ चीजें मजबूरी होती है, पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शंस आर देयर. हाँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ वर्ड्स तुम्हें बताता हूं. कोहैबिटेशन, अच्छा, कोहैबिटेशन एग्जिस्ट इन क्वासी प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम, ये चीज है. जैसे श्रीलंका में भी द सेम सिस्टम इज देयर, बट आप देखोगे कि देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन द पॉलिटिकल कल्चर ऑफ फ्रांस एंड दैट ऑफ श्रीलंका एंड ऑफ रशिया ऑल्सो, बट डिफरेंसेस आर देयर. सो दैट इज व्हाई सच. और आप बोलोगे सर, स्टूडेंट जनरली आस्क मी, सर तो डिस्प्यूट नहीं होता है प्रेसिडेंट एंड प्राइम मिनिस्टर में? इफ देयर इज नो डिस्प्यूट, यस, डिस्प्यूट तो हो सकता है, लेकिन देयर इज क्लैरिटी इन फ्रांस. व्हाट इज द क्लैरिटी? In a quasi-presidential system, all the powers are vested in the president. And if the president wishes, he can delegate some of the powers to the prime minister and his team, and he will take rest. And if he wishes, he can assume all the powers and ask the prime minister to assist him. All the powers are there with the president. Real powers are not there with the prime minister. पहले क्या था कि द मेंबर्स ऑफ द म्युनिसिपल बॉडीज दे यूज्ड टू इलेक्ट द फ्रेंच प्रेसिडेंट. उसमें था कि चलो ठीक है, इन इंटरनेशनल अफेयर्स द फ्रेंच प्रेसिडेंट विल हैव द से, एंड इन डोमेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स द प्राइम मिनिस्टर विल हैव अ से. नाउ वी हैव गॉट डायरेक्ट इलेक्शन ऑफ द फ्रेंच प्रेसिडेंट, which has increased the power of the French president. So the concept of conflict will not arise in ये सब. इसीलिए वो लोग दूसरे, he can appoint the person of another political party as the prime minister also. It all, that is what I said. Everything depends on the political culture of that country. In Sri Lanka, they had made a mess of the things 4-5 years earlier. The president had elected the person of his choice as the prime minister. He had no majority. So basically, it all depends. Russia, so I never give example of Russia. Because from the day that you were born, you may be hearing the name of only one person. So, so all the laws are being changed for that one person. Sometimes he becomes Prime Minister Putin, the President Putin, the same person. When he becomes the Prime Minister, hey, give all the powers to me. Hey, President, you take rest. Then he again becomes the President, hey, Prime Minister, you take rest. So it all depends on the political culture, basically. No. It is not necessary. Suppose if the president has won the election and if his political party has no majority in the National Assembly, lower house, then only there can be cohabitation. Not under normal circumstances. But there is a hearing impact. If you hear it's a cohabitation, it is there in France. Runoff. Such type of things have to be there in your brain. Bullet.
शायद उन्होंने भी रिजाइन कर दिया बिकॉज ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट. तो इस तरीके से जैसे अभी आपने बताया कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो है वो काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स को भी इलेक्ट करते हैं, उनके विशेष से होता है. तो इस तरीके से मान लो 11 मंथ में अगर दोनों प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिजाइन कर रहे हैं तो बार-बार को काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर सेलेक्ट करेंगे, बार-बार मतलब ऐसे
क्या फर्क पड़ता है? वो उनका हेडेक है, वो समझे फ्रांस वाले. हाँ, वो जो समझे, वो जो उनको उचित लगे करे. होता नहीं है ना, वहां नहीं होता है. Well, that is what I said. It all depends on the political system that they have, because the real power lies with the president only, and they are just to assist. Opposition नहीं होता है वहां पे. There is a different system that works even for the French president. उनको हटाने का भी एक बहुत अलग process होता है. The legislature has no say in the impeachment or the removal of the president. उसको कोई say नहीं होता. There is a different body for that purpose.
क्या लॉ लाना है? So दो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी तो किसी का कुछ होगा, किसी का कुछ होगा। अब जब दोनों को साथ में काम करने हैं तो
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होता है, इसीलिए मैं बोला कि इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन द पॉलिटिकल कल्चर। आप इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में यू सी द थिंग्स, because we have seen the Indian political culture only. It's not like that. Many countries are succeeding by adopting a more matured political culture. ठीक है ना? तो एक पॉलिटिकल कल्चर एक बहुत ही अलग टॉपिक होगा, कभी किसी दिन टाइम मिलेगा तो वी कैन टॉक. Now, coming to the next aspect that we are discussing, ये तो आया, तो ये सब this terms are there, quasi presidential system बोलो. वो तो बाउंड्रीज का अल्टरेशन का होता है. हाँ हाँ हाँ, दैट कैन बी डन. हाँ, वो हमारे नहीं आता है, अभी प्रीलिम्स में नहीं पूछे, आज तक कभी नहीं पूछा है, कभी नहीं पूछा. हाँ, ये तो करते हैं हम लोग, उसको डिलिमिटेशन का नाम दे सकते हैं. ठीक है, वो तो आपका है कि वो, लेकिन है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी फॉर इट्स ओन बेनिफिट्स, ठीक है, ये सब करते हैं, तो दे कैन डू दैट, उसमें कोई इशू नहीं. ठीक है ना, वो अपना अपना सिस्टम है उन लोगों का. नाउ कमिंग टू द नेक्स्ट एस्पेक्ट दैट वी आर डिस्कसिंग, इट इज अ फेडरेशन. With a strong unitary features. Now from here, what type of questions can be asked in the prelims examination, that has to be focused on, that we need to focus on. First of all, when we talk about India, there are different nomenclatures which have been given to India. First of all, if you talk about India, the drafting committee, you all know what is a federal system, what is a unitary system, you all know. Clear, na? I feel that yes, you know. Now, the drafting committee of the Constitution, it held that India is a federal system. Then Professor K.C. Ware, he held that India was quasi-federal. Now, what they said, they did not say it is a different thing, but in social sciences, the views are not wrong. The facts may be wrong, the views are not wrong. We'll have to understand the context in which the views are given. So for that, we will have to understand a very basic thing, that what are the characteristics or the features of a true federation. Straightforward questions are asked in the prelims examination, that which one of the following is a feature or a characteristic of a true federation. First, a written constitution. Second, supremacy of the constitution. Division of powers. Rigid constitution. a bicameral legislature and an independent judiciary. These are the features or essential conditions of a true federation. Why a written constitution? Because if the things will not be written down, then there will be conflict. And the document where the powers have been written down of the central government and of the state government, that must be the supreme law of the land. Then there has to be clear-cut division of powers. These are the powers of the central government, these are the powers of the state government. Then rigid constitution. The constitution should not be easily amended. The process must be a bit rigid. Otherwise, it will become a plaything in the hands of the center. Then a bicameral legislature. One house will represent the popular will and the other house will represent the states. And an independent judiciary. Why? To arbitrate the disputes that may arise between the center and the states or between the states themselves. Now, if we talk about India, एक चीज और I'll tell you that these are the only features of a true federation. In your MCQs, in your examination, if you see any other option, you are not supposed to encircle it. ठीक? No one should try to become Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in the examination. पॉलिटी में बच्चों को रहता है कि आई एम द बी. सर ऐसा नहीं होगा. अरे तुमने लिखा संविधान क्या? ठीक है, यू हैव नॉट रिटन इट. So you are not supposed to be a political scientist. You are reading this subject out of compulsion because you are going to appear in the examination. So we need to be very professional here. These are the features means these are the features. वो नहीं कि कोई ऑप्शन दे देगा उसमें, अरे वो तो that option will be given to confuse you. So you are not supposed, suppose in the examination, in place of an independent judiciary, it will be written committed judiciary. हाँ, integrated judiciary, committed judiciary. अरे क्यों? फिर नहीं सर वो तो ऐसे, अरे तुमने लिख दिया थोड़ा सही हो जाएगा तब. हाँ, उस बच्चे स्टूडेंट्स है ना, कुछ भी टेस्ट सीरीज में कुछ टिक कर उससे बहस करते, नहीं सर ऐसे हो. अरे तुमने कहा, मजबूरी में पढ़ रहे हो, यू आर रीडिंग दिस सब्जेक्ट एंड यू आर थिंकिंग योरसेल्फ एज अ पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट. यस, इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. और उसमें क्या होता है कि आप उन सब टीचर से बात करो, बेचारे 4 बार एग्जाम दिए, खुद पढ़ाने लगते हैं, फिर वो और घबरा जाते हैं, हाँ सही तो नहीं बोल रहा. तो हाँ, यस, सो यू नीड टू बी कॉन्सेप्चुअली वेरी मच क्लियर. द थिंग्स व्हिच आर देयर, दे आर देयर. फॉर एग्जांपल, यू सी व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन एन इंडिपेंडेंट जुडिशरी एंड ए कमिटेड जुडिशरी. Committed judiciary is a judiciary which is committed towards the government, central government, which is a negative aspect. Committed judiciary is a negative aspect. And if a judiciary is commitment, it is committed towards the government in power, it will never be independent. And in a federal system, the judiciary has to be independent so that it will arbitrate the disputes that may arise between the center and the states or between the states themselves, neutrally. That is why an independent judiciary is there. So, you'll have to be very much focused. That is why, yes, a political scientist, जिन्होंने graduation में पढ़ा होगा political science, you may have read that these are the features which have been given by the political scientists. Now, so this is one question that we have done. ऐसे ही करके पढ़ना है. The questions will not be difficult, I am telling you. One question from you. Now, there can be question from the other aspect. Which of the following shows the unitary feature of the Indian Constitution? For that, an understanding has to be there. अभी तो हुआ why the Constituent Assembly says that it is a federal system. Because in India we have a written constitution which is supreme. Then there is a division of power. We have got 3 lists. Then the provisions regarding the center-state relations have been made rigid in nature. After this discussion, I will discuss that aspect with you. Then we have a bicameral legislature. The Lok Sabha represents the popular will and the Rajya Sabha represents the states. and we have the Supreme Court as an independent arbiter of disputes that may arise between the center and the states or between the states themselves. That is why the drafting committee may have said that India is a federal system. Now, coming to Professor K.C. Ware, quasi-federal. Here you see that those who feel that India is not a truly federal country, they have termed it as quasi-federal, a federation with strong unitary biasness. These nomenclatures have been used. Why? Because such scholars have taken into consideration America as the role model. Coming to another feature from where the questions may be asked, it is a flexible constitution with few rigid provisions. Now, this flexibility and rigidity, this classification of the constitution is based on the process of amendment, how the constitution is amended. So, if we talk about a flexible constitution, and rigid constitution. A flexible constitution is that constitution which can be amended easily. That is, only by the central legislature. No role of the states. The central legislature will pass the bill, the head of the state will sign it, and the constitution will be, the provision will be amended. Rigid constitution does not mean that the provisions cannot be amended. The provisions can be amended, but the process of amendment is a complex one. Is a complex one. What is the complexity here? After a constitutional amendment bill is passed by the central legislature, it has to be ratified by the state legislatures also. How many state legislatures? That completely depends on your constitution, means on the constitution of that country. For example, if we talk about a rigid constitution, US constitution is a rigid constitution, and after the US Congress passes a constitutional amendment bill, after that it has to be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures. 3/4 of the state legislatures. How many states are there in America? 50. What will be the 3/4? 38. So imagine Congress, both the houses, special majority plus 3/4 of the states means 30, कितने बताया? 38 states out of 50, they should say yes. Then only the constitution will be amended. That is why we have got very few amendments in the American Constitution. Now, when we talk about India, in case of India, some of the provisions, after being passed by the Parliament by special majority, they need ratification by 50% of state legislatures. Half of the state legislature, 50%. So, in case of India, in case of America, all the provisions have to be amended like this. But in case of India, not all, only few. And these are termed as rigid provisions. This was the basic that I needed to clear. That is why we call which of the constitution can be termed as a rigid constitution. The US constitution will be termed as a rigid constitution. Now, the question that can be expected in the examination is that which one of the following provision is a rigid provision? या ऐसे आता है, which of the following provisions of the constitution need the ratification by the states also in order to be amended? In one of the PYQs you will see last year or last to last year, the concurrent list was mentioned. Concurrent list was mentioned. या union list was mentioned. ऐसे करके. So from inside also the question can be framed. Now, what are the rigid provisions? Of the Indian Constitution? Means these provisions cannot be amended by the Parliament unilaterally. So, after the Parliament will pass the bill, it has to be ratified by 50% of the state legislature. Parliament, a special majority, and state legislatures, simple majority. Special majority, the two conditions have to be fulfilled that we had discussed. First, Articles 54, 55 dealing with election of the president. Article 73 and 162 dealing with extent of the executive powers of the union and the state. Then chapter 1 of part 5 union judiciary. Then chapter 4 of part 5. Chapter 4 of part 5, and then the provisions regarding the state judiciary, that is chapter 5 of part 6. It will include the provisions regarding the high courts and the subordinate courts. Then article 241 high courts for the union territories, then representation of the states in the parliament, that is why the one nation one election bill, it is to be referred to the states also after it will be passed. Not only this, whatever amendments will be made with respect to Supreme Court, High Courts, even a single article also, that has to be referred to the states. Then chapter 1 of part 11, dealing with center state relations, then the three lists under schedule 7, union list, state list and concurrent list. Then Article 279A, GST Council, then Article 368, the process of amendment of the Constitution. So you say only these aspects, only these provisions are rigid in nature. Rest all the provisions of the Constitution, they are flexible. Means they can be amended only by the Parliament. So that is why I disagree with many of the textbook writers who write partly flexible, partly rigid. What is this partly? It is a flexible Constitution with few rigid provisions. You can count them. Okay, these are the, so out of nearly 490 articles, only these many provisions are rigid in nature. So your Constitution, that is why we say that the Indian Constitution, the process of amendment of the Constitution has made the Constitution a plaything in the hands of the center. A plaything in the hands of the center. Now, whatever it is, here the logic that why these provisions have been made rigid in nature. You see that wherever the interest of the state is concerned, the provisions have been made rigid in nature. Articles 54, 55, election of the president. Who take part in the election of the president? Even the elected MLAs, they take part. And means the states are empowered. So here also no changes can be made. Otherwise, suppose if a political party comes to power at the center and it feels that in most of the states, state assemblies, it has got no majority, its presidential candidate will be defeated, it can easily amend Article 54 that the president will be elected only by the elected MPs. Powers of the state gone. Value of the votes of the MPs can be increased arbitrarily. So here the interest of the state is concerned. Similarly, Articles 73 and 162. what will be the extent of the executive power of the union government? State government, you cannot arbitrarily change it. Okay, you change it, but with the consent of 50% of the states. Then it is to maintain independence of judiciary. It is to maintain independence of judiciary. Then representation of the states in the parliament, the same rule applies here also. That is to protect the interest of the states. Otherwise, you say that the NDA or the Bharatiya Janata Party is getting the majority of the votes from which of the states? Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, ठीक है? But it is not getting seats in the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Now, what it can do is that, oh, these people are not voting in favor of us. Chalo, decrease the seats, increase the seats of Uttar Pradesh. कुछ भी तो अपनी वोट देते हैं. Increase the number of seats. That can be done. So, representation of the states in the parliament cannot be done unilaterally, whether in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha. If you want to change the representation, then the consent of the 50% states will be required. Then chapter 1 of part 11, legislative relations, administrative relations, you cannot arbitrarily change them. Here also, no changes can be made in the union list, state list or concurrent list without the consent of the states. Plus minus I have written, why? You cannot add on, you cannot delete of your own. You cannot delete of your own. And 279A, GST Council. GST Council, you may be knowing, it is a decision-making body with respect to the GST, and all the decisions on GST, whether it is a GST rates or the GST laws, they are taken by the GST Council, which has got the representation of the states also. No changes in the structure, that is a composition, and the powers of the GST can be done unilaterally by the central government. If you need to amend this article, then the consent of 50% of the states will be required. Then article 368, process of amendment. The whole thing that I have written here, it is mentioned in article 368, except this part. तो बहुत mechanically constitution में they write, okay, these the provisions can be amended, but with the consent of the ratification by 50% of the states or half of the states. And they have written a list like this, 54, 55, 73, 162 like this. But I have made it, we can say, a bit more understanding, because this part may be a bouncer from our part. So here you see that everything has been mentioned in article 368, that how the constitution will be amended. These provisions will be amended only with the ratification by 50% of the state legislature. It is also mentioned in article 368. And article 368 says, I am also rigid. Why? Because if it is flexible, done. One sentence, all the provisions of the constitution can be amended only by the parliament. Your whole constitution will become flexible. That is why this article is a rigid one. So the summary is that those provisions of the constitution which aim to protect the interest of the state, which are related with center-state relations and independence of judiciary, they have been made rigid in nature. Prelims के लिए ये पूछते हैं इसी से, last to last year शायद इन्होंने पूछा था, they had asked to concurrent list या union list पूछा था कि which one of the following is a rigid provision. So once questions will not be difficult, but yes, you need to be very much systematic. You are not supposed to go here and there. ठीक? Now अब आपको क्या करना है? इसमें any addition or deletion. ठीक है? If you want to add a subject in the union list, you cannot do it arbitrarily. The central government cannot do it arbitrarily. Now here, देखो, the things are not as difficult. वो तो हम लोग टीचर्स आपके लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट बना देते हैं, नहीं तो आप हमारे पास आओगे नहीं. हाँ, वो मैं बताता हूं, फैक्ट्स है. एंड वी ट्राई टू tell you that, oh, you'll have to mug up all the articles. ठीक, टीचर को भी नहीं सब याद रहता, नहीं याद रहता है, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. फिर तुमको लेकिन बोलेगा अरे याद नहीं है, याद करो. बदला लेते ना, कुछ नहीं हुआ तुम्हारा तो तुम्हारा भी नहीं हो. तो यू आर नॉट सपोज टू स्टडी इन दैट वे. देयर इज अ पर्टिकुलर वे. यूपीएससी को मैकेनिक्स नहीं चाहिए. They want good officers for this country. That you will have to understand. So they will not be asking you vague article numbers. What is Article 54? What is Article 54? नहीं, कभी काल एक आध क्वेश्चन पूछ दिया तो पूछ दिया. But generally they will not ask such questions. Which of the following provisions of the Constitution can be amended by the Parliament, but ratification of the states is required? They will not write what are the rigid provisions. Long question. Ratification of the states will be required. And then 1 and 2, how many of the statements are correct or how many of them are correct? Only 2, only 3, ऐसे करके questions will be there. So basically, how you need to go with the class, I'll tell you. All the aspects that we have discussed. देखो, how to make use of the crash courses like this. ये नहीं कि हाँ पढ़ लिया, ये है, वो है, I know the things. No. Once you go home, relax a bit, have food. After that, you may take rest also. But in the evening, first of all, you need to revise the things. You need to revise the things. ठीक? और उसके बाद, first of all, आपको ना, you need to have a copy with you. और कॉपी में अच्छा क्या करना है? Once you revise the things, first of all, अच्छा, today the teacher discussed these things. He pointed out that these are important points. After you read certain aspects, then you see what questions have been asked, so that you can correlate the things. तो टीचर तो कुछ भी पढ़ा के चला गया, आपको हवा भी नहीं लगता है. Yes, it is a fact. ठीक है, it is a fact. So you need to correlate. That is not to test the teacher. That is to keep you on the toes. उससे क्या फायदा होगा आपको? क्योंकि बहुत बच्चे कैरिड अवे, हम तो जानते हैं, हम तो कर जाएंगे. उसका जिंदगी में कभी नहीं होता है. जो चाय दुकान में तुम लोग को ज्ञान देते रहता है, देखोगे, हाँ, सो कॉल्ड सीनियर्स, अरे आई हैव अपीयर्ड 3 times. टीचर तुम्हारा बेकार पढ़ाता है, तो तुम ही पढ़ लो. तुम्हारा तो हुआ नहीं ना 4 times में, बिकॉज यू लैक समथिंग. तो द बेसिक, डोंट हियर टू द गॉसिप्स ऑफ दोज